hello to everyone out there. Hope you've had a good weekend, good start to the week. We're on week 6, so I've got this week and 2 more of these sponsored streams, and then we're in December, and then I need to put the alpha build of this game up for people to play on itch. So I'm really trying to practice what I preach here. I see so many people kind of releasing games, trying to go straight to commercial release without really testing the game and stuff, and I think there are parts of the game I'm working on that I'm reasonably comfortable or good. Other bits I know are weak, but one of the reasons I've been putting off doing devlogs is I don't want to poison people's feedback. I don't want to tell people what I already know is wrong with the game. So if you've been wondering why has he not done a devlog in a while, it's because I'm coming up to this point where I want people playtesting the game, and I sort of don't want to tell people too much about the game because I want to see what their responses are without me telling them too much. So yeah, it's a weird place to be in. But today I've got a pretty solid sense of what I need to work on, which is good. And we're basically working on game content today. So we're going to be doing a lot of relics, which are like, you know, collectible power-ups that change a game rule for you during that run. So make the scoring work differently, or make the spawning of objects work differently, or whatever. And I've already got quite a lot of these in the system. So yeah. Hi Tim, hi Shanti, Nuclear, Maui, Dave Logs. Yes, Tim, you do need to call them Dave Logs. For some reason, when I click on the multi-stream, it's not showing me the YouTube one. So I'm going to click over to the YouTube one on here. They don't seem to both be showing up for me. But I know that most of you are on YouTube, so I'll just have that open for now. I've got your Lurid Orb playing in the background. I will just leave that running today because when I tried to play ambient synth on the music library, it kind of occasionally goes into like full-blown Enya territory, and not about that. So yeah, we're gonna be adding a bunch of relics today. Ah, Sean Tyson, that makes sense. Shaunty. That's what happens when you're like reading loads of names really quickly. Shout out as well to Gleb. So Gleb is the developer who made the room loader library that I use for this game. And like the first prototype I made of the mechanic that lets you spawn these rooms was incredibly laborious. It was just like a rectangle, and then I had a really bad data grid that drew in all of these elements. And then I posted on the GameMaker forums and said, hey, does anyone know a better way of doing this, basically? And Gleb had already made a library for loading in these rooms. Not necessarily for this purpose, but I've now got Gleb occasionally sort of dipping in to help me with optimization and stuff. And that means we're not fully done with this round of optimizations, but we're at the point where I can play and unlock loads and loads of rooms, and we don't get any slowdown, at least not on my machine. So that's great. And as always, recommend putting aside some pennies for a day when you need someone to come into your game project and do something you can't do, because I don't know, people always say they can't afford to get other people involved in their game dev and they can't afford freelancers and stuff like that. I've been earning, like, I joke about this on my Patreon pitches, but it's true. I've been earning less than UK minimum wage for most of the year, and I've had means to pay other people to do stuff for me. So, you know, I don't know. People are going to be in all sorts of different situations there, but I think it is always going to be worth it, because there were problems with this game that were just at a level that my programming knowledge does not get down to. I've tried to do something quite ambitious. All of these blocks are individual entities. They are running code and stuff. It really needed someone who knew what they were doing to optimize it. So thanks to Gleb for helping out there. So the green rooms do have a bit of a tint on. You'll notice when I step away from them, you can see they kind of go more green. So all of the rooms have like a shading tint that takes over when you walk away from them. They have like the grey rooms it's purple, and then the green rooms it's this kind of bluey green. And I also, in my lighting system, also has this thing where if you kind of go into one area and stand still, you'll see a sort of slight kind of fog of war effect where all of these blocks around the edge slowly start to get darker. It's kind of creepy. I like it. It's partly based on your line of sight, so it's kind of picking up the light from here, and these bits stay illuminated, and then your line of sight is blocked, so these gradually fade away and it gets kind of darker. And then if you go back in here, it will light up again, and if I stand here, you'll see the darkness sort of start to creep in again around the edges, which I think is nice. It gives it it's not too extreme when you're moving around, but it does feel like there's always something moving on screen, which is quite a good trick for a game where the art is relatively abstract. And then yesterday, I spent a few hours just adding some clutter to the world to make it feel more like a real place. I've been following a rule up to this point where like every object you can see needs to be interactable, and I added these chairs and like little candles and stuff in the background. I've deliberately made them a very dim brown because you can't pick them up, but you can smash them and kind of throw them around and explode them. So they're just kind of like, you know, Dark Souls furniture. So yesterday it was a few hours of just trying to add a bunch of stuff that was fun to smash, because I think I kind of see this game as like building sandcastles and then breaking them. It is a game where you're building stuff, but you're doing it and then you're kind of strategically smashing it up in order to get all the treasure out of it. So I thought, seeing as so much of this game is about smashing stuff, let's just add some more stuff into Smash. And that's going to come back today when we make some relics, because I think one of the relics is going to make furniture spawn a coin when you smash it as well. So a lot of the relics I have planned to work on today are to do with just getting more coins for doing different things. So my relic system is this set of pickups that all do a particular thing on your run, and before you've collected them, they just show up as a shadowed icon on this little book. And then after you've collected them, you can kind of go back and see what they do and everything. But before I get started today, the thing I really need to do, because we're going to be dealing a lot with kind of coin values and economy, is go and tidy that stuff up a little bit, because there are a few things that I've left open that are a little bit messy. So one of them is I've hard-coded the value of certain currency pieces in various places, and I want to go through and sort that out with a macro code, because we have individual coins, and then we have these red ruby coins that are worth more, and then we have sapphires that are worth even more. And the sapphires are still referred to as emeralds in a bunch of the code, which they're not really, because they're blue now, because I changed them because I made the main progression currency, that green one that you see up in the top right, I made that green. So I changed my sort of larger denomination of just treasure pickups to be blue, so that they don't, you know, they're not both green. Lots of little things. Oh yeah, and I did some did some tweaking to this base yesterday to start to make it look like a real place, because before it was just sort of placeholder. So you have your boss. He says, it's you again, little clay person. Don't you have treasure to find? And I added some variations to that line, so he'll say different things each time. And this is the stuff we did last week. So you've got the Algineer, and he tells you about the different types of rooms. And then you go down here and you can buy upgrades, and you can smash some furniture. And then you go back into the level. Oh yeah, totally starting to feel like... I mean, I hadn't played Noita when I started making this, and then people kept telling me, you should play Noita. And then I did, and I was like, yeah, this is totally my jam. The thing I like about roguelikes is the kind of work it out for yourself element, and that's kind of what I'm trying to do here. So the actual interactions you can do are very, very limited. You can pick stuff up, you can throw it, and you can throw things into things, and you can open doors, and certain things in the world will change what is in your deck of rooms that you can build. And that's really it. I don't, you know, the button mapping is very simple. I have one extra button to eat things. If you've got lower health and you pick up food items, you can eat it. And then a lot of the richness really comes out from the things you're trying to collect or bring back to the base. You can really screw yourself over by building the level in a particular way and not being able to get back, so you kind of lose all your stuff from that run, which is kind of the whole point of how the room building works. You've got these kind of problems like, oh, how do I get in there and get that relic? And then you can blow things up, or you can find keys. So multiple ways of solving problems, even if they're very simple. We've got these little safes that spawn in the walls. We're going to be playing around with them today. Oh, and I added a juicier death. So when you die, you actually smash into pieces, because it's supposed to be a little clay golem. And if I'm playing the game with the actual game music on, which I don't during a stream, because it's better to just have something running in the background, but when you die and you smash, all of the blocks fade down to black and the music cuts out, and it kind of creates this weird anticlimax of when you get broken, which I think is quite cool. So yeah, that's where we're at. I did a lot of this was kind of from last week, and then I've probably spent about, I don't know, 15 hours in the gap working on it, and then going back and forth with Gleb, who's been helping me with optimization and tooling and stuff. And then what we're doing today, I've got my little mini Kanban board here. What we're doing today is we're going to be working on these relics, all the ones that have relic at the start. And that gives us a nice variety of things to do, because I have to implement the thing and I have to make the actual basic art for it as well. Burning books gives you money is a fun relic. I like that idea. Relic, smash furniture, get coin. Right, yeah, that's all the relics for now, and then there's loads of other stuff on this list that we're not getting into. But before we do any of this, I'm going to do refactor coin values, because like I said, there's just too much that's hard-coded. So I'm going to jump around in the code a little bit. One thing I'm going to do is rename these to be a sapphire rather than an emerald. And then just go through the code and find references to emerald as well. And I will just change that like that, because we don't have any other things called an emerald. And then so as always, if you're totally new to the channel, please don't take anything I do here as like absolute, this is how you should do things, because I don't really know what I'm doing. I've had a lot of help on this project. I started with someone else's template. I got a bit of the way in. I got stuck. I asked one person for help. I got unstuck. You know, I'm not here as like a computer science guy. I feel like I need to say that every single stream, but I think people are so used to watching someone do any kind of code on the internet, and they think that the goal is to show people the best way to do code, and that is absolutely not what I'm here to do, either today or ever, because I kind of think of Indie Game Clinic as an intermediate channel. I'm a game designer and I give game design feedback to people. I don't really care how you make your games. Obviously there are best practices and stuff, but you will abide by them to varying amounts depending on which stage of your project you're at. And I think the tendency that a lot of software engineers have is to, you know, over-engineer things early on when you don't even know if the game is worth working on. There are obviously cases where that's maybe a better thing to do. Like, if you're setting up a studio to make a particular type of games and you say, right, I'm only going to make RTS games for the next 20 years, then by all means go all in on tools and making things reusable. But if you have never made anything fun yet and you haven't convinced anyone of your ability to make anything fun, then don't worry about that stuff yet. Right, so what we're trying to do at the moment is, I think I've got a init economy here, yeah, so if I remember rightly, how do I set up a macro? Because I want to set up a macro so I can just have let me just see how it's done elsewhere in the code, because I haven't done this myself. Okay. Right, so we want macro coin value and macro ruby value. So I have some different denominations of currency. Firehose said, do you have particular ways of dealing, do you feel pressure? I will get to that in a minute. I'm going to kind of just, yeah, I'm just going to try and make some progress on this and then I'll answer your question in a minute. Okay, so we got coin value, ruby value, sapphire value. That's reasonably easy for me to remember. So now we're going to go over to where you actually pick the items up and make sure that we've mapped that in. This is a very messy project in the sense that it is just kind of at the stage where I'm starting to understand how to work in a more systematic way, but the way that I approach it isn't always right. Okay, so if we pick up it, okay, so if we pick up a item that has the sapphire sprite, then here we add sapphire value. There we go. Okay, cool. That doesn't, that's erroring, but I will just assume it's right. And we'll do the same with the coins. Now we are going to make a relic today that makes coins worth 2, but we'll deal with that when we get to it. And then ruby value here. And the reason I have this separate global that says how much did I earn from rubies or sapphires is so that when I do my score screen and it goes dang, 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 you can see the different places that the currency came from. And the other little thing I wanted to do before I forget is I wanted to make sure that the crystals have a glow on, because I haven't done that so far. So I'm going to do that now just before I forget, and then I'll commit all that. Got my little color picker. Because this game has a very obvious subtext about workplace bullying and having a terrible boss is part of this game. So these crystals that you collect to kind of progress in the game, from bringing back things on runs and so on. I'm literally just going to call them approval crystals or approval gems, and the wizard is going to actively call them that. If you want to earn my approval crystals, bring me back an ice cream. What did I just break? Item parent collision object play. Oh, okay, I've just broken something in my... I think maybe it's because I didn't... Have I definitely called it the right thing? Oh, it's because I used equals here and I don't need to do equals. New to macros. Okay, so now we have a quick way of changing the value of our red and blue treasures. So we've got single coins, we've got red and blue treasures, and we've got a quick way of changing that. And I think there is some stuff to do with when something gives treasure out that I might need to use these macros in as well. So I'm just going to commit what I've done on Git and then do that. And then we can get on to making some relics. So a lot of the relics that we're working on today added macros for coin value, etc. Added glow lumi to approval crystals. Right, so what I need to do is go to the trade wagon. This is where you sell stuff and it kind of gets spat out as coins. And okay, yeah. So what I'm just trying to do is make sure that these are tied into those macros. And then I also have the safe, which isn't actually its own object. This is where I got tried to get too clever for my own good. So here's what happens if it's a safe. Okay, got it. I think actually I'm going to add to my list of relics double relic, double the value of rubies. So the way that the rubies work in this is they are just any 10 coins can spawn as a ruby, but also because rubies are red, they're associated with the red room, and we already have a couple of different relics that try and reward you for doing a riskier run by giving you more rubies for doing more red rooms. So you can get the cursed purse, which basically means that every jar you smash has 1 ruby in it for every red room you've built on the run. So although this is a platformer, it kind of develops this incremental thing. The further you've been playing, the longer you've been playing the game, the more keys you have, the more rooms you can build, the more skilled you are at the game, the kind of more treasure you collect. And it's not just the fact that you've lived longer and picked up the treasure, it's kind of as you collect relics, you're picking up double as much treasure, or you're spawning more treasure in different ways. So we're going to be very treasure focused today. That is not all this game is about, but it is what I'm focusing on today. Yesterday I was focusing on making the world feel a bit more like a place by adding in all of that smashable Dark Souls furniture. Today we are focusing on the shiny, the twinkly, and that reminds me I need to add random twinkle to coins, etc., because I do have a bit particle for that, and I've been meaning to just make them occasionally do a little twinkle, but I haven't done that yet. Okay. I think those are the only places where I drop lots of loot. Oh no, tell a lie. Let's take this, and I think my presents need a similar thing. Yeah, okay. So there's a carnival room that gives you all of these presents that you can buy, and sometimes they've got a bomb in, and sometimes they've got loot in, and stuff like that. And yeah, we need to do that here as well. I'm just going to see if that works. What am I using for project tracking? I don't know what you mean by project tracking. As I always say, I'm not a software engineer. I'm a game designer. I use what I need at that stage. I am using GitHub for what you use GitHub for. I am using Notion for the Kanban board. But I've only really recently started to do that, and that is partly because of working with other people. I generally find on a smaller project that I'm doing on my own, I don't really need to write that much down, or I tend to find like mood boards and flowcharts are more helpful for that. I will write things down as we stream sometimes, because it helps me to think out loud, but to be honest, this design has been so experimental because we're trying to do Spelunky times blueprints, which is such a weird combination of things, that the first like 4 months of this have been just working out if the game is even like something I want to continue doing. So I think a lot of people kind of treat every project they work on as if they're going to ship it, and that to me is not conducive to doing good game design, because you need to work out whether the thing is worth working on before you start taking it kind of seriously as a production. And I think I've only really just hit the point where I see this game in that way, where I think, yeah, this is sufficiently appealing to be bothered to treat as a real project, you know. And that means that there's lots of bad practice in this project. and a lot of that is because probably the first time I've really got this far with a game. I've made so many little games, but never really anything where I'm like, oh yeah, I want to try and finish that, and you know, I'd be comfortable asking people for money for it, you know. I just generally don't think that way. Or I get bored of things and just move on to doing something else. It's always the hazard of that trap isn't working. I need to add that to my list. What we need to do is blow up one of these safes and see if the safes are working. Yeah, the danger of like making games when you're something like a teacher is you're just always making little learning projects or making projects for other people to hack or whatever, and you never actually sit down and work on anything for any length of time. So all the time I was working in academia, the kind of games I would work on would be things that would take me like 3 months, and then I'd be like, yeah, that's done, that's a interesting proof of concept, move on, you know. It was never any more kind of goal oriented than that, really. And then the couple of years after that, when I went back into industry, I was just making games for other people all the time, so I didn't really... I think I would do learning projects, but then we were working in Roblox and Fortnite and stuff, so my learning projects there wouldn't have been useful for anything else. I need to find a bomb. I've got my fireballs, but I need a bomb. Right. So one of the relics we're going to make today, currently these little safes you can see in the environment that I'm just about to blow up, the amount of treasure in them scales based on how many rooms you've built. We're going to turn that into a relic. So I'm going to make it so the safes have, like, I don't know, 100 gold in each. And then we'll make a relic that adds extra gold for how many rooms you've built so far. Because I want players to deliberately leave them for as long as possible and then have to travel around the level with bombs to blow them up. So that's why I initially had them kind of scaling with time, but I think having that as a relic is probably more interesting. And then we're also going to create a relic that rewards you for burning books, because I think that's deliciously evil. So we'll go down here and burn these books and they will turn into currency. They don't actually currently destroy from fire, but we'll make that work. Oh, I think I just blew something up with a bomb. So yeah, it seems like what we just did with the macros is working. Let me just check that I've done. I haven't checked the what's it called, the presence, but we'll just say it's okay for now. Plumbed macros into treasure spawning for merchant wagons, safes, and carnival presents. Just add to my to-do list. What was it? The arrow trap doesn't work. I just described the problem rather than the solution for now. And then I think there might be one other place that I need to check those macros are plugged into, which is the auto market. Yeah, okay. So the auto market is one of our blue rooms, which are the rooms that you unlock later on in the game that make everything faster. You can just throw in anything into it, and it will buy everything, which is not how the merchants in the earlier game work. They sort of let you sell 4 things or 5 things and then they disappear. Okay. That was relatively painless. And now we're going to work through this list. So we want a... actually, just so that we've got an understanding of how relics work in this game, I'm going to just add a little area to... Because then that means if any of you are watching and you want to sort of chip in with ideas, you'll understand what my designing principles for the relics are. So I just want to go back early in the chat. Someone said, do you feel pressure with the deadline coming up? And how do you deal with it? Well, it's a self-imposed deadline. I do feel pressure, but it's good pressure because it just allows me to focus. So instead of worrying about, oh, there's a deadline, it just focuses me on, like, okay, what do I want to have achieved by that deadline? That's kind of why I did it. I do mentoring through this channel, through the Patreon, and one of the things that a lot of people really need help with is setting their own deadlines, because you kind of forget that that is the only way that you work, and when you work for someone else you need deadlines, so why wouldn't you need deadlines when you work for yourself? No, I think the purpose of deadlines is to help you to define the scope of what you're doing, because if you say I'm releasing this in a month, and this isn't going to apply if you've just started to learn game dev, because you won't have a good sense of how much you can do in a given amount of time. But if you're reasonably experienced and you know what you're doing to some degree with your game engine, then you can say, okay, I'm going to release this build in a month to test, and that build should have this in it. And then you're not like farting around constantly thinking about, oh, what am I doing? You sort of know loosely, and for me, what I want this build to have in by December is just a good enough idea of what the finished game is meant to be without all the content, right? So we might have half the relics, we might have half the types of rooms, but people should be able to get an idea of what the game loop is, the tone of the narrative, everything, because again, I'm not trying to sell them the game at this stage, and I talked about this in my video on Steam demos and the difference between playtesting and demoing. I'm trying to check and validate all of the things I'm trying to do with this game. So I want people to feel the mechanics, I want people to feel the progression of the game, I want people to engage with the secrets and the collectibles, I want people to see a little bit of story content so they understand that. All of these things are being tested, and that is the purpose of that build. So having that deadline in place is like, I know when I'm delivering something, because I know how far away that is, I have a realistic sense of what I can do in that time, and because I've set that deadline to achieve a particular goal, which is to get an alpha playtesting build out to people and start to kind of solicit feedback on that, that just helps to focus everything you do. So I wouldn't necessarily say I find it stressful. I think it's mildly stressful, but I think the alternative is just floundering around doing whatever all the time, which is what I would call tinkering, and lots of people approach game dev that way, and that's what I would do normally if I wasn't taking a project seriously. I think as soon as you take a project seriously, you need to move out of tinkering mode, you need to be more goal-oriented, and that is like, okay, I'm doing this thing on this date for this reason, and maybe it's mildly stressful, but I find the floundering around not knowing what you're doing depressing, and I would rather be slightly stressed than depressed about what I'm doing, because it's supposed to be fun, and being slightly stressed and having an aim is usually more enjoyable than being depressed and aimless about the thing. So that's kind of how I feel about that. So you've seen the relic screen in this game, and if I just search for the relic sprites, you'll see we've already got a lot of these relics in the game, and I won't go through what they all do, but I will say when you're making a system like this, your first pass on it is just kind of feeling out what the corners of it are, like what are relics for. And some of these give you a specific thing, like the fairy wings lets you do like a Kirby type flap and stay in the air. These horns let you sprint through jars and smash them. This kind of spawns more jars. Lots of these things change how things spawn. The coin magnet's kind of obvious. And so there's kind of a few designing principles I have around these that I'm going to kind of just briefly talk about. And then as we're working through the other relics, if you've got any ideas that you want to chip in, you'll sort of understand what my thinking is behind this stuff. So relics... relics should generally look like a physical object. Right, so we're not doing anything abstract. They're like a physical trinket that you can get and hold. It's the same kind of principle as Slay the Spire. Relics should give a hint about what they do, but they also shouldn't be the obvious choice. We're going for quirky, okay? And Slay the Spire takes this to the extreme, where if you look at the relics in Slay the Spire, some of them have an obvious relationship to what they do in the game, but a lot of them are just very strange. And some of them are references to other games. So that one right there, that's a Plants vs. Zombies reference. Right? And some of them have a very clear mnemonic or heuristic relationship to what they do. So the meal ticket heals you when you go into a shop. That's kind of, to me, that feels easy to remember. The piggy bank, you gain gold, and then when you spend something, this smashes and you don't have any more. That's reasonably easy to remember. But a lot of these things are like, oh, elites have 25% less HP. That's a preserved insect. So a lot of them aren't very easy to kind of understand the relationship between what they look like and what they do. I'm going to try and make it a bit of a clearer relationship. So the egg ones are related to eggs, for example. The lighter is related to torches and burning things. But the other kind of principle here is that relics... Okay. I'm going to say the game is secretly post-apocalyptic. Spoiler alert. Many of these objects should be everyday modern objects represented as fantasy items. This is kind of the thing. This is why we got like a Tamagotchi, a Bic lighter, a NASA space helmet. It is the idea that these are everyday objects that have taken on some magic significance in the world we're in, and the characters in this world don't know what a Bic lighter is or a NASA space helmet, right? So if I go into my relic setup script where you can see the names of things and everything, this is where we're going to have to do a lot of work today. So for example, the space helmet is called the Voidwalker's Bassinet. It's just got some like Dark Souls ass name. What's it called? The egg timer is called the Ovum of Kronos. And it's just a little kitchen egg timer. Where's my favorite one? I don't know, this is my favorite one. Oh yeah, the Bic lighter is called the Pyromancer's Periapt. Right, they just all have Dark Souls names. So that's kind of what I want to kind of go with here. This is sort of gag where the player knows what that object is, but the characters don't. It's kind of like... it's very I'm gonna just put him in the GDD for now because we are Lords of Chaos here. It's kind of Lego Movie vibes, right? In the Lego Movie, you've got Vitruvius's staff is literally just a lollipop with a light in it. You got the Craggle, which is a super glue that is talked about as if it's like a world-ending MacGuffin, and all of that jazz. So yeah, that's the kind of vibe when we come down to relic design. So if you have ideas and you throw them in, I may use your ideas, but just bear in mind that that is the kind of broad how I'm thinking about this. So the ones we want to build today are the merchant cell, but I'm going to just start kind of creating placeholder sprites for these. Actually, I'll do them in the data first so that we can kind of name them and everything. So, and I'm going to put them down here first and not put them in alphabetical order because that's just going to introduce a problem. And we're going to name them by what they do. But to start off with, 15% more coins when selling to merchants' wagons. And I'm also going to use the descriptions to drip feed a little bit of information about how these things work. What's this order? Unlocked, spawned, collected. Okay, so that's true, false, false. The other last times the players collected it and the price in the shop. Okay. I'm just going to type all of these out and then I will check the chat after that, because I'm doing very text-based things. I can't keep switching between what I'm doing. Right. Merchant sale bonus. Ruby doubler. I will just copy this actually. And we will give them a proper name and image after we've got this initial data management thing done. And I'm doing this to sort of like post-explain other mechanics. So the player, before they get this, they might not actually know that a ruby is worth 10 coins. I'm not going to tell them that. So I'll just, by the time they get this, they'll then kind of go, oh, okay. I didn't realize they were worth 10. Now I know they're worth 10. And when I get this, they're worth 20, right? So trying not to tutorialize stuff I don't really need to tutorialize. Oh, that can go there. That's done. And then we're going to have a coin doubler. I think we should have a doublet. You know, like there's a medieval piece of clothing called a doublet. We should have a coin doublet. And it's like the thing that gives you double coins, but it's... I don't know. I think that would be funny anyway. I think that this one might break the game economy a little bit, but we can worry about that later on. We just want it to be fun at this stage. I do not care about the alpha being balanced at all. Okay, book burner. And that's going to be cheap. This should be really expensive if it shows up in the shop, because they're going to be like a bit broken to use generally. I also don't have any sort of rarity system for this. It's all just totally random. Richer ore. Ore improver. Ore block. Destroyed ore blocks. Yield more gold. I'm just kind of gut feeling the shop prices of these. There's a little merchant that shows up that lets you buy relics occasionally. I'm just gut feeling them. The ones that just make your life a lot easier with minimal effort make them really expensive. The ones that require you to do something skill based to use don't cost as much. Better safes. Oh. I want to put better safe than sorry in there, but that doesn't actually make sense outside the context of what I just said. Destroyed safes contain more treasure. Contain 10 more treasure for every room you've built this run. That should be something like, I'm going to just put, it should be something related to like getting an inheritance. I think we can make some direct blueprints gag. That should be expensive as well. That's potentially very broken. I'm going to, because in a bigger level you can spawn loads of those safes and then just go around blowing them all up at the end. Shop sale bonus. I've already got that there. Change what presents have in them. Okay. Better presents. Present boxes no longer contain bombs. Bombs or monsters. Right, so now I set up a sprite for each of these, and that can be worth 50, because that's not that helpful. I'm going to set up a sprite for each of these. They've already got their little reference here to the sprite, so that should be better presence there. These are all sprites that don't currently exist. Merchant bonus, ruby doubler, coin doubler, book burner, richer ore, better safes, better presence. But once I've made the sprites, then these have everything they need to be able to appear in the game and be collected. They won't be plumbed into the code, but that won't take very long to do for most of these, I don't think. I think the book burner would be the longest one to implement because of having to do the destruction of the books and stuff, but also quite fun to use, so worth doing. So we're going to go back to our relic sprites, and now I'm just going to... I had Notion up on my other screen, so I'm going to go back to chat now and see what's going on. Yeah, that's a really good idea, actually, the doublet, having it just double what you've got when you pick it up. That's a really neat idea, because that gives you because you have to manually pick up the relics, right? You have to press B on them. So having some where you might want to leave them on the ground and have some advanced strat where you go and pick it up manually could be really good. I'm going to put it down now. Hang on, what have I done here? Book burner. Destroying books. Destroying books gives you treasure. We're doing power-ups, yeah. We're doing kind of relics, so you pick them up once during a run, and they usually have some ongoing thing. On pickup doubles your current coin. I think the coin doubler is a good idea, because that gives you, when you're into advanced gameplay, that gives you a reason to leave that object in the environment and then come back and get it later, which creates more backtracking and back and forth across the map, which we want in this situation, because you're kind of building a Metroidvania level as you go. We want this as a sprite. What's going on here? There we go. You can see it's gone red because it's an actual asset now. And before I'll just commit, so set up of new relics in struct, new relic, data added, no sprites yet. And let me just go into this. I think before I copy loads of copies of this, what I should do is clear that sprite so that we don't have to manually delete the contents from every single one. Just going to reset my layout because I've got myself into a billion different workspaces mode again. Okay. There we go. Right, I want that open, and then I want to go to the relics part of my sprites. We've got relic merchant bonus, we've got relic ruby doubler that makes rubies worth twice as much. We've got relic coin doubler. We've got relic book burner. We've got relic richer ore. Better safes. I need to make that joke work. I don't know how I'm going to make it work, but I'll worry about it later. And then the other thing I need to do that I don't have at the moment is some sort of like debug for just picking them all up at once and trying them out. So let's see if we can make that happen. So we're going to create a separate object called the debug relic. And just put it in the test room. And I could have just a button on the keyboard to give myself all the relics, but I don't want to do it that way. I want to have a physical pickup, because then I can just make sure that it operates in the same way as the normal relics. The better safe is just gonna, so the safes will have like a set amount of treasure in them when you blow them up, but the better safes one makes that treasure go up the more rooms you build. So it kind of gives you an incentive to leave them and come back to them later. I did some audio grouping, which keeps meaning that my sound is initially muted, which I need to fix later on. Okay, so let's set up the debug relic. We don't want to do this. Or maybe we do. I don't know. Yeah, a vault is probably better. Although I kind of think of a vault as a big room. And also I want to use the better safe than sorry gag somehow. I'm gonna use it. Okay, if object index equals object debug relic sprite index equals right, and then we don't need this. Huh. I think my picking up objects code is in the player, which is annoying. I can't find where my code for picking up relics is at all. That's funny. I cannot wait to work on a game that has no physical environment. That is my goal for my next game. This is so complex compared to just making a game that is all interface. Maybe here we go, right. That's how it works. That's a much... Okay, the way I made it work is reasonably sensible. So... Okay, global... dear... Okay, this isn't going to be the best way to do this, but it will help us for today, and that's all I care about right now. So we've got better presence, better safes. Book burner. Coin doubler. This is not very future-proof at all, but it's going to make today's job easier, at least. If I was smart, I could make something that injects this word into here and here, but you know, not going to happen right now. Would require too much looking things up. Yeah, by game without physical environment, I just mean something like an OS simulator or some sort of game that doesn't have collisions and stuff like that. That's the next thing I'm gonna make. A game that's my next constraint. A game with no collisions, no controlling characters. Yeah, Papers, Please is an example of that. The kind of thing I'm thinking about. An OS simulator, something that is just kind of interacting with an interface rather than controlling a character. Oh, I've messed these up. What happens when you go into autopilot mode? Which all collected and Ruby doubler. Right, that's all of the relics we're working on today. Better presence, better saves, book burner, coin doubler, merchant bonus, richer ore, ruby doubler. All of the stuff that just gives you crazy money during a run. Now, these sprites don't have anything on them, so I will just quickly test that this is working by drawing a terrible little present on better presents and a better safes. The present thing should be maybe something Christmas or birthday related. This is the inheritance, the better safes. The book burner will be for destroying books, so that should have something, some sort of negative connotation. Right, let's see if picking up that relic works. It should just give us all of the new ones, basically. Now, they're already fed into the system so that they will already spawn in place of a normal relic. Which means if we really kind of run around the level, we'll eventually see one of these scribbly yellow icons. Right, pick that up. There we go. They've gone into my inventory and they're showing up here, so... I'm not triggering how many times they've been discovered, so I can't see the text for them. Okay. So this means we can start... Which is going to be... which of these is going to be simpler to implement, I would say. That's what we care about. Start with the simplest. Right, so let's just think about it thematically as well. I think the one that gives you better presents should be something... something related to Christmas or birthday. Let's call it let's do a birthday cake. So then if I go here, we want to do a pixel art slice of birthday cake. Which will be like... What's the best angle to draw that from? Probably like that. That kind of thing. Okay. Cake approves of cake. Unsurprisingly. And I will try and just do these in a sketchy way to start off with. So we've got the general shape and color of them. And then I will come back towards the end of the stream, because otherwise if I give myself eternity on each one, then we're gonna not get through it in time. So I think we want a classic sprinkles cake. We've got better presents relic. It does really need a candle. I haven't really left enough space for a candle, have I? Alas. No take candle. We'll squish it up a little bit. Gone all wobbly. Gone all wobbly. Gone all wobbly, guys. It's just gonna have to be a little dumpy candle, I guess. Dungeon synth cake. Everyone needs a bit of dungeon synth cake on a Tuesday. That's what this channel is now. It's just dungeon synth and drawing food. Okay. I'll give it a... Don't at me, pixel art police. You're not real. I don't believe in you and I don't follow your ways. That'll do. Right, that's the better presents. You get better presents because it's your birthday. The coin doubler, we already know is going to be the coin doublet. So I need to look at what a doublet looks like. Medieval doublet. And it should have like a... Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, that's what we want. But maybe if we can put coins on it somehow, like, or like a little badge on it, a coin on it as a little badge. Let's enter the sponge. Very good. I like this one with the little frills. Okay. This one is probably... so most of these icons I've tried to avoid making them symmetrical, but I think this needs to be symmetrical to read. Look at that. I bet the 30 quid from AliExpress. I bet the material of that is absolutely awful. It looks nice like that though. Okay. I think we're going to go for purple. Purple with a yellow coin. This kind of thing. And we're mostly just doing a rectangle with a little bit of tapering down and then a little bit that goes out for these shoulder bits and the base and a little collar. That should be relatively simple. So let's put the grid on. Let's get a symmetrical rectangle in place first. Is there a... There's not a mirror in this, is there? No, there's not mirror drawing. Okay. Just for those of you who do tune in regularly, I'm not going to do the regular stream on Thursday this week because it is my birthday on Thursday. And I should take the day off. So, just letting people know ahead of time that I won't be streaming this Thursday. I might do something tomorrow. I've got a few games in the backlog that are like things that need a bit of a longer look than usual, so maybe we'll do one of them. 39. It's my last year of being in my 30s. It's all chaos after that. You just do what you want. You're old. Maybe this collar needs to look a bit more collary for this to read as a clothing item. It just looks like a ghost at the moment. It reads as a ghost. Some buttons. Maybe the coin should be the button, shouldn't they? That should be how this works. Like that. That's a coin doublet. It's a doublet with a coin on it. I don't feel much younger. It's because you never see me up close. So, are you trying to tell me that the reason why so many people respond to me online, like I don't know what I'm talking about, is because I look like I'm 17? Because that will come as a shock to me. That's a coin doublet if I ever saw one. Right. And then I think we're going to go like alternating red and purple on the sleeves, or red and white. Kind of a little bit of a... It's not really reading as sleeves. Let me go back. Maybe I should look at the picture more than once, right? So this tapers down and then goes out, and that's kind of what makes it look like a item of clothing, so maybe I need to just shave off a bit there, simplify this down. That already looks more like an item of clothing, and then I will put some... I think that looks more like a... I kind of think of them as having a more bulgy chest, but that's because I'm thinking of those armor set things. Again, trying not to do too much of the detail. I'll come back and do the shading later. Just try and get the object so it reads as the thing and has some kind of character in terms of the colors that we've used. I've deliberately gone for purple because it's kind of sort of got this wealth association, particularly in medievalist things. Used to be places where you weren't allowed to wear purple unless you were of the correct social standing, which is, I think, where the Gogol Bordello song "Start Wearing Purple" is coming from. It's a revolution song, I think. Just here to make obscure Gogol Bordello references for like 3 people to get. Great band. There we go. That will do for now. The coin doubler, doublet. The better presents. Just see what they look like in the game. A really depressing number on your sports watch. Magni, should developers who publish outside of Steam worry about their game getting stolen? Oh, I can't answer that for you. All business involves risks of some sort. I think there's a difference between should you worry about it and should you kind of consider it. You should probably consider it. Worrying about it is probably not productive, but I don't know. I'm not going to. That's also kind of the category of things I would describe as luxury problems. You know, like, oh, what would happen if I found oil in my backyard? That would be really inconvenient, wouldn't it? Well, it's like, yeah, but it's a luxury problem. And I know these things have happened. The biggest cases were... What was that game that was like the Squares game? I can't think of a better name for it. What was that game called that got stolen? And that was like... I'm not going to Google it now. A lot of the time, the games that I've seen it happen worse to, in terms of like someone just flat out stealing the game and like copying the design or selling it somewhere else, tended to be things that were very sort of casually oriented. And I guess that I would think the people who are doing that are trying to find the thing that has the largest possible audience. So, I don't know. It's not the sort of thing I worry about, you know. Should people worry about it? Maybe. I think, like a lot of these things, it comes down to you're running a business, so you should have a lawyer. You should engage a lawyer at some point. And ideally one that understands the thing that you work on, which could end up being really expensive, like specialist games lawyer, but you can at least find a lawyer that is a media person that understands IP and stuff and will educate themselves on games if they're not already up on it. A lot of this stuff is just like, how early do you start to treat yourself as a business rather than just a hobbyist that's making stuff in their shed. The video about someone's Game Jam game getting stolen and re-uploaded to Google Play sold hundreds of thousands of copies and they saw 0% of that money. Alas. Right. The merchant bonus, we get extra money for selling things to the merchant. Some sort of badge, like a club badge or something. I think what I'm going to do here is copy the sprite of the key card and make it look like a kind of golden Amex. So I'll use that. Maybe make it like one sprite bigger. Ah! And then we'll make it like a golden credit card thing. So this is the relic where when you run up to the little gnome or the hunter and you sell them what you're carrying, you will get more each time you do that. Sure, air miles. Keep it simple with this one, just to go for the obvious thing. This is the second channel said, can you explain this game? No. It is Spelunky meets the blueprints. That is it. That's it. And all of the creative direction is just based on stuff that I would have thought was cool if you showed it to me when I was 10. That's the whole game. That's how to do creative direction. Just be like, hey, 10-year-old me, what would you have thought was cool? A game is just a silly, bizarre set of ideas that I have now developed to a point where I sort of think have accidentally become fun, which is good. Okay, we want something mining related here. This makes ore better. We could do something boring like a golden pickaxe. I'm tempted to do that because we've got lots of strange things already. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make a golden pickaxe because that's just very kind of obvious what that does, I think. You blow up the ore with the bombs, you get more ore, you get more coins. It should be something like mining related, so Yeah, we don't actually have any direct digging. It's only blowing stuff up with bombs. Because I don't want this to be a SteamWorld game. This is not a dig individual blocks by pressing a button game. But we do have lots of opportunities to blow things up and get stuff out of them. Again, just keeping certain parts of the game design as close to Spelunky as I can, because that helps to mitigate how weird the rest of the game is. And it is a weird game. I think you have to... In making a weird game, you have to temper that with some familiarity, so... You see a lot in this game that is just directly from Spelunky or Rogue Legacy or something, because I want the actual running around platforming bit to not be confusing, because there's enough confusing things about the way that the game is generally structured. And I really want to avoid the kind of Terraria thing of just loads of fiddly individual object interactions, which I liked Terraria, but that kind of made it of limited appeal to me. Just too much fiddle farting around with individual little things. I do like the idea of a TNT bundle, but the reason I'm going to avoid that is because I do have TNT blocks in the world, and I might want to do stuff with actual throwable TNT at some point. So Relic, so we want it to feel like a one-off thing that there's only one of in the world. Right, the Ruby Doubler. We got the Ruby Doubler, the Book Burner, the thing that makes the safes better. So the safe thing is going to be something to do with an inheritance. But I don't know how you draw that, and I don't really want to do another document, because the last one I did was this wanted poster, and it looks like crap. A big lock. That's kind of a good idea, yeah, I quite like that. Big lock for an inheritance. The book burner thing needs to be something that looks a bit evil. And then the Ruby Doubler... It could be like a red brooch or something. It needs to be something kind of maybe magical and red, or something to do with kind of... We've got a lot of red stuff that is to do with deliberately building red rooms to get more treasure. So... Tax evasion, that's funny. What if we had... Okay, what if the better safes... I like the tax evasion angle, Toucan, that's very funny. What if the better safes object was like a speed item, like boots with wings on, and you pick it up and you think, oh, that's going to make me go faster, and then you read it and it's like boots of tax evasion. Something that makes you go fast for evading the tax man. I'm gonna call the... I like the idea of the brooch, Snake Eyes brooch. I'm gonna go with like a gambler's something for the... I don't know. Like a gambler's charm or something, because... Yeah, the rubies aren't always to do with that. They're like usually a reward you get from killing monsters and stuff, but not always. Roller skates. Maybe. Tax evasion tax. Oh man. I really like the idea of it being like an RPG speed item called something of tax evasion, but I'm wary of making it a pair of boots because that's going to confuse people when they pick it up. But maybe we just accept that, you know, if Slay the Spire is allowed to have these relics that do really weird stuff that bear no relationship to the image, and part of the fun is learning how that strange obscure fantasy system works, then maybe it's okay. I kind of feel like I probably am gonna want to put like jumping boots or run speed boots in at some point. I like the idea. I like the pun of tax. That's funny. Maybe it could be a cloak or something. I don't know. Like a cape with 1% written on it or something like that. Camo purse. That's very good. Let's do it. Okay. Let's make this a slightly different style, I guess. Let's see how Spelunky drew it. The boots are done in Spelunky. They don't show a pair, they just show one. And it's slightly from the side. I think camo roller skates is a good combination of all of the ideas. I think. That's what we want. That's the boot of tax evasion. Okay, so they have a heel that goes in like that, and then up, down, along. So we've got like a tilt there. That's the loose kind of shape. That's a tax evasion boot if I ever saw one. Yeah. This is a really fun sort of resolution of pixel art to work at, because like changing one pixel makes such a big difference to the overall shape of something. And I like that. I find that enjoyable. Right. And yeah, not a pixel art expert, but you'll notice I'm generally using like darker shades of the color to do the outlining, just because it looks a little bit less harsh in the game than having very harsh black outlines. To save them for very, very important things. That's good. I'm gonna treat myself to some camo time. Let's draw some camo. Because I'm gonna have to come back and shade all of these later, and this is gonna be a double job if I have to do the camo and shade it at the same time. That's my excuse for doing it now. Trying to keep these sort of diagonal, tiger stripey. I think that feels like camo. Yeah, that's good enough. That'll do. You usually have a very dark one, don't you? Like a closer to black color in there somewhere. Let's just do some sort of suggestion of laces down there so that we've got all the bits that make it a boot. What's all this about? Right, so we've got the birthday cake. We've got the boots of tax evasion. We've got the coin doublet. Got some good puns on the go today. We just put a little bit of a tilt on that sleeve. That's better. We've got the coin doublet. We've got the merchant's loyalty card. Got the golden pick. And the ones we need now are the book burner and the ruby doubler. Right, the book burner. Fancy glowing wheels. I can make them more glowy in a bit. We could have a ghostly IRS agent. Right. This encourages you to burn books in order to get treasure. A worm, bookworm. A burning bookworm. I think that's quite good. Some sort of bookworm type gag. Okay. Let's just do a worm with some glasses. Arsonist book. I think arsonist bookworm actually kind of works for what we want to, the association we want to get here. So let's do it. Let's make an arsonist bookworm. If I do that, will he look more mean? Maybe we don't want the worm to look mean, we just want it to look gormless. Oh yeah, no, burning books for treasure is supposed to be problematic. I want it to make you feel bad. That's why we're doing it. That's why I'm putting it in. I want people to feel bad about doing it. That's part of the design. Part of the design is you're supposed to feel bad while you use that power-up. If I can make people feel so awkward that they don't want to use it, then I've achieved my goal with that particular feature. Is it bad? Yes, it is. So is caving people's head in with an axe, and yet who amongst us has not done that in a video game? Yeah, burning books should just be something you do for fun. So the books aren't actually destructible yet, but I want to make them destructible just so that there's a accidental thing you can do by running around in the level with too much fire. And this will be like a way of playing off of that and like making it occasionally a good thing. But people will still feel bad about doing it, which they should, because it's a bad thing to do. Yeah, people love burning books. Have you met people? The only time they don't like it is when it's by someone that they've pretended that they like to read. When there's a politically charged author and people burn their books and other people want to pretend that they read books, then they get upset about that. That's the thing that happens. Definitely. It needs to have like a pointy head to read as a worm, doesn't it? I haven't really thought about how this is going to look in the world. So this is just going to look like a big old character sat there in the world when you pick it up. Which I guess is funny. Maybe I should make it smaller. Yeah, I will come back and do the worm rings later, because I know I will fall down a hole of over getting too into the shading. I'll do a shading pass after we've got the initial stuff down. Okay, ruby doubler, some sort of brooch. how do you get... So the way you can get rubies is through the demon coin purse and this writ of execution monster bounty thing. So they are both kind of gambly things. So I think I'm gonna make a set of gambler's dice for this one, just to sort of indicate that this is our kind of risk-reward corner of the game. And I'm gonna immediately regret trying to draw dice because they're very geometric and oh, okay. I'm role-playing as a new character today. It's called Guy, who just worked out how symmetry works. Okay, that goes up there. That goes up there. That'll do. That's a dice of sorts. Yeah, ruby dice. We're going to have like swirly red dice. Kind of makes sense. We basically want a set of red items so that when you do the red room run, you want all of the red items. And then that's like just a nice clear little collection goal in the player's head of like, I'm doing a danger run. I want to have all the ruby stuff, all the ruby set. I really like the GameMaker image editor. I would definitely not be able to stream comfortably if I had to keep jumping into another program. I do use other software for like the bigger pieces of art in the game, like the room backgrounds and stuff like that. But the difference there is not so much that I can't do it here, it's that I do certain bits of my art on a tablet when I'm chilling out in bed or something, or like half watching TV. And that's a very good use case for not being at the computer and doing the art in another method. So all of the facades you see in the game, like the backgrounds of the rooms that have this like brickwork texture and stuff, I do them on Resprite on my tablet. And people have said, why do you use that? Why don't you use Asprite? Resprite has a really good set of like built-in things like brick textures and stuff like that. So for someone like me that is not necessarily intending to go full into becoming a pixel artist and just wants to do their best on the current project they're working on, it is a very, very good piece of software because it just has so many nice little built-in textures and stuff that I find really easy to use. So yeah, I use Resprite for that. And some of the bigger sprites you see in the game, like when the maps or the little book that has the relics in, I've drawn those on that. Or anything that looks like it might have been drawn on a tablet with a pen has been made that way. But anything that's these smaller 24x24s, I do them in the engine because it's just... I find it quite enjoyable. I don't know why anyone would have a bad thing to say about this. And I'm not just saying that because this is the GameMaker sponsored stream. I'm saying it because I genuinely like it. Before anyone is like, you have been corrupted by GameMaker. It's a good tool. I'm also a big fan of drawing on things while they're being animated, which is a fun thing you can do with this tool that you can't do with anything else. That would have a 2 on the other side. Let's put a 3 up here. This is where the decision to draw some dice starts to seem bad. Right, that should be darker anyway. Actually, lighter on the top, darker on the side, I guess. I mean, it reads as what it needs to read from that side. Maybe if I just mute these a little bit. That's okay. Switzerland dice. Yeah, that's what they are. Right, now we go back to the data and uh-oh. I thought we were in the data. There it is. We go back to the data and we name them accordingly. So the merchant bonus is called the loyalty card, which doesn't make sense because we're getting money rather than spending it, but it's fine. The ruby doubler will be the gambler's dice. The coin doublet will be the coin doublet. The book burner will be the arsonist worm. A rich ore, golden pick, better safes, boots of tax evasion, and the birthday cake can just be the birthday cake. And let's just check all those sprites show up all right in the game. Did I actually write golden prick? Amazing. Thanks for the catch, Chicken. It's my Freudian slip from swearing at people on the internet. Discount card, tablet of wealth. I like that. They already look kind of okay. Yeah, we'll do the shading now and then I'll start implementing them. Yeah, the golden pick is supposed to be the golden prick. Although it's tempting, isn't it? Okay. I'm not going to call it the tablet of wealth. I'm going to call it the royalty card because that's funny. And kind of doing the same gag. I'll just put a little crown on it. Freudian slips on the old relic names. There we go. It's like a MasterCard, but for kings. Okay. We'll do a quick round of shading on these, and then we'll get into implementation. So, a couple of minutes max on getting these looking a little bit closer to the rest of the game, which is... we don't have a strict color palette. We allow ourselves to have gradients and stuff. It can be a bit murky and a bit dirty. That's kind of the whole aesthetic of the game. And the thing to remember is that my posterize effect is going to smush everything down at the end. And it won't look the same in-game as it does now. So we don't want to spend too much time on it, but we do want to get like the kind of lines and contours. So with this guy, just like someone suggested a minute ago, he needs more wormy lines. And he absolutely does. Look at him. What is a worm without its lines? I like this shadow under the eyes as well, because it looks like he's really seen some shit, you know? It's like, you weren't there, man. People ask me why I burn stuff. It's got like a 5 o'clock shadow now. That's even better. You weren't there, man. You want to know why I burn things? It's all gonna burn in the end. Alright, this bad boy needs some sprinkles. Yeah, I like that the worm looks like it has a beard. That's good. That's good art in my approximation. He's seen some stuff. He's a troubled veteran of the worm wars. Maybe he's one of the worms from Worms, the game Worms. He's like, the humans, man. They used to make us fight for their entertainment. When you were a kid, you used to line up 4 of us and give us all weapons. You made us fight for your entertainment. Right, the shading with this, we just want to get a bit of texture on the sponge so it looks more like a cake. So we're going to kind of do what we would do if it was sand. You know how cakes look like they're made out of sand? That's how you judge if a cake is good. The dungeon synth and cake combo is really quite amusing. I'm going to make a separate channel just for ASMR, pixel art, and dungeon synth. That's kind of working for me. Maybe we get a bit more color in here. Yum yum. Sand cake. Right. Looking good. Looking good. Boots of tax evasion. A little bit of a shadow underneath there. A little bit around the side. I mean, the texturing we already did on these is kind of making them look a bit more deluxe than everything else anyway. The coin doublet. Right, this should look really swanky. So the idea, remember, with this one is you kind of save it until you've got more coins and then you go and pick it up. That's a bit bright, but I'm gonna shade over it in a minute. This art style does really kind of hide a multitude of sins. If I was trying to do very clean, like vector art, like something like Binding of Isaac, I do not think my game would look as kind of passable as it currently does, but because the art style is quite messy, it's a lot closer to what the pixel art in something like Stardew Valley is done, with all of this kind of grainy detail, and it just, you can kind of get the shape of something slightly wrong and then just fix it by making the shading look nice. And obviously you should just try and do things properly, but who's got time for that? Who's got time for that in this life? Doing things properly. I'm an old man. That looks kind of cool. Zoom out. Zoomy zoom. Looks like a top. Looks like a top with some coins on it. This is the one I've been meaning to do because it's supposed to be a lotus flower and it just looks like a weird alien. Right, the royalty card. Let's go from the other direction there and just get this shading looking a little bit richer. This shiny bit down the middle. And darken the outline a little bit. But we don't need to do a lot on this. And then we can move on to implementing them, and I need to do a commit in a minute. With this one, we're just going to try and get a little bit of texture on these red fronts, I think. So just select them and then do a scribble. Mask them off like that and then... because we want them to look like they're made out of ruby. That'd do. Okay. Check them in engine, commit, then do the implementation. That's funny. It looks like the lighter down here is on my inventory list, but it's actually just in the environment. There they are. In a very weird order that I can't be bothered to do anything about right now. Gleb, I took the input prompts from the doors off. So yeah, my intention is to put a controls explainer here on the pause screen. I took all of the in-world prompts out, so there isn't one here either. Just because they were messy and I didn't have a set style for them. I think you kind of don't need them after a while. I also made it so that you don't need to press the direction into the door to open the door anymore. You just press Y and instead of Y and left or whatever. Because there's not really... the only context you use the open door in is on the doors or on the portal, so it doesn't need to be a double input of pressing the direction as well. We've got a nice smash as well when you die. Everything goes dark and you smash into pieces. Right, let's... new relic sprites and names in data. Commit. And then we're going to go through the new relics and work out how to make them do what they need to do. So better presence is going to be really easy. So we're just going to jump over to the present here. And what the better presence is going to do is change this list. And I know that this isn't the best way of doing it. I've done it by randomizing a string. But then we just say if global dot relic list dot better presence dot collected equals that is usually going to be the true thing then. So then we do so better presence removes the monster and the bombs from the presence. You can still get the carrot as a booby prize, but you can't get anything that will hurt you. That's it. Better safes. Okay, this is a stupid thing where I didn't make a safe object. I did it all in solid based on whether it has the safe sprite, which I don't think was the best way to handle it, but we're here now. Safe value. Okay, if global dot relic list dot better safes dot collected equals false, and do that, else do that. Oh no, we don't even need an else. What I'll do is do the safe value there. There we go. Okay, that should work. I will test these all in one go because we've given us given ourselves that debug option to we gave ourselves that debug option to give ourselves all of these relics at once, so I will test them all at once. The coin doubler on pickup needs to do something, so that's a slightly more specific thing. Okay, so when I why does that have all of this stuff here? That shouldn't be there. Okay, so this one needs to happen on pickup, so it needs to happen here. Why is that here? Collected is true. Oh, I get it. Okay. Oh, that's awkward. Okay. If... Oh, coin... That's our score screen variable for noting how many we earned from each thing. This is the kind of thing that would probably need its own score screen indicator eventually. I've done it with other things, that other relics that modify the score screen, but I'm not going to do that yet. Hopefully that works. We will see in a little while. I'm going to commit there. Coin doubler. What were the other two that we just did? We did the coin doubler, the better presents, and the better safes. Right, the merchant bonus would go to the merchant wagon. I'm using the wrong search. Trade wagon, that's it. And... okay. The value is when the trade wagon accepts an item, it has a concept of value, it starts at 0. It picks from the struct of food items, I think. Decides how much value it has. And then if value is above 0, then it does all this stuff to start spitting out the coins one by one to go do 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 do. So what we want to do is just at this point multiply the value by, what did we say? 15% more. Okay, so we want to round it, and then we want to make sure it's an integer as well. So if global.relic list, you've seen a secret mechanic here. Both of the relics that have an egg increase the value of eggs, which is not listed anywhere in the game. It's just a stupid secret. Relic list dot merchant bonus dot collected equals true. Value equals value times 1.15. Seal. Okay, merchant bonus done. I'm just going to add these on here as we go. So I used to think, before I was kind of really actively thinking about this stuff to code it, I used to think these kind of relic systems that I really like, where each power-up is like quite a big swingy change in the game, rather than like a little incremental, oh, you get 5% more dexterity. I used to think these kind of systems were really time-consuming to implement, and I just haven't found that at all. Right, we're going to do richer ore next as well. That should be simple. So when we blow up I don't know where this is handled. Is it in soil? Yes. Okay. Okay, when we blow up a soil, if it's had its sprite switched to the gold, which happens randomly, then it will make coins. So what we're going to do is do var coins equals random range by that, and then if global dot relic list dot richer ore dot collected equals true, then we will add another 8 to 12 onto it, and then we'll do that. So going into somewhere like going into the mine room is like a green room, and it has a code that will make it spawn more of the gold pieces than a room normally would. So any soil piece has a random chance to turn into gold. In the mine room it's much higher, so if you get this, if you get the golden pick, you go to the mine room, you're going to get twice as much for smashing it open. I'm tempted to make it, yeah, let's make it 16 to 24. Let's double the benefit, because I like big swingy power-ups, because when you know what they do, if you think of the relics in Slay the Spire, when you know what they do and you know that there's a significant benefit to then playing in a particular way, it kind of changes how you approach things, and that's kind of what I want them to do. I don't want them to just give you small incremental benefits that you basically don't notice. I want the player to be able to stop and think and go, oh, now I've got this, so if I go and do this, it's going to be a lot better than the thing I had planned a minute ago. The kind of tactical response to getting random loot. The more significant the loot is on that run in terms of what it does, the more likely you are to actually think about how to leverage it in a good way, and that's kind of what I want people to get out of these. Relic underscore. So we've done the merchant bonus. We've done the richer. We're gonna make the rubies give you twice as much. So to do that, I'm gonna look for that. I'm gonna look for the macro that we made earlier. And that's here, I think. Yeah. It's not letting me change anything. I'm going to just save and restart. You can make it so when a player has thematically similar or funny combination of relics, some relics get additional effects. Yeah, that would be fun. Set of things. Well done, Paul, for getting started. Yeah, just make sure you spec a game out with an art style that you actually enjoy doing as well. Why am I not able to type into anything? Have I protected something? Ah, here we go. I've never seen that before. If global.relic list ruby doubler collected equals true, then just do those things again. I don't want to mess around with the bit above it. So add that to our changelog here. I think the book burner is going to be the only real one that's going to be a problem here. It's not going to be a problem, it's just we haven't got stuff in place to make it happen. Rich ore, we've done that. We've done the merchant bonus. Done the coin doubler. Yeah, we just need to make the book burner work now. So let's commit those ones. So what we need, and I don't think they're even called books, I think they're called object notes. So this, these are currently my lore delivery thing. Green books have little facts about the forest and the magical people in. The red books tell you about the kind of cosmic horror element of space fungus coming and destroying everyone. And the blue books are like a little tablet that tell you about futuristic stuff. And they have some randomized text when you pick them up, so they will give you a mixture of lore and hints about how the game works. So I might have one of the red books, which will be some like Warhammer-esque thing saying about how the people that fought the fungus went and gathered all these relics, and then they went and fought the fungus, and there was a great crusade against mushrooms, and they collected, and it will kind of indicate to you that you should collect the red relics and then go and do that kind of thing. I am doing the Dark Soulsian way of lore, yeah. For various reasons. One is I cannot write like contiguous dialogue and stuff like that, so I'm trying to avoid doing that. And also because I just think there is a certain fun to creating something that has a story that is totally fragmentary, so players can kind of put it together and work out. I do kind of have a story for this. I know what is going on with the world, but in terms of what I put into it, in terms of narrative device, none of it is going to be like, you know, people kind of didactically telling you about the world. It's all going to be messed up and jumbled, and people will have to work it out for themselves. And if we end up with a wiki and people are complaining that the game is incoherent, then that is, as I was talking about earlier, a luxury problem. Not as bad a luxury problem as someone stealing your game, but a luxury problem. Okay, so what we want these to do we have... I don't want these to check if they're being burned every single frame. If... I think I have some code for this in my trees. Yeah, let's just take it from here. Right, so this is only going to trigger if there's a burner in range that has a certain strength, and then this will get destroyed. And then we don't create a fire block. But we do want some indication that it's happened. So... we'll just make like a... Yoink the book burning code from the tree. Yeah, exactly. Right. And then we check if we've got the arsonist bookworm. Relic. It's not called arsonist bookworm because we named them by function, not by theme, which makes it easier to find them if you change up the names of things. And then let me go and look at how the safes work. I think maybe 25 per book. Maybe it should be in rubies, because again, that's our kind of risk-related currency in this. Rubies are worth 10. Let's give the player 2 rubies if they do this. So repeat 2 instance create. I think I have so many things that spawn treasure that I should probably have a faster way of doing this by now, but I don't. Right. I'm gonna commit what I've done, and then I'm gonna test, and then we'll start to mess around and see if these all work. So, why is that not working? What have I missed? Ah. No, that's alright. Yeah, I do want to put a big snail in this game. I'm a fan of a snail. I want some colourful worms and I want a snail. Mainly because people keep telling me it reminds them of Trapdoor, and that's right. I've got some other bracket somewhere that I haven't done the right thing with, and I can't see it. I'm being a total dumbass today. What is this? What is evading me? What is evading me right now? Right. We got some other... What is happening here? Ah, yeah, you're right. I was looking in the wrong script. Thank you. Derp. That's the line 38, okay. Yeah, so that should actually contain all of this down to... yeah, down there. Well spotted, Toucan. I was like, it's that classic thing, I wasn't reading the error message properly. I was just like, well, there's a line 38 in this script, so that must be what I'm looking at. Okay, that's all of the relics we've made today in our 3 hours. That's pretty good. We have added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They're not showing up what their text is, but that's because the debug doesn't have that built into it at the moment, which is fine. But they should actually work. They should do their thing. So I'm just going to give myself a load of keys and playtest for a little while. The jars have some like smashy sort of physics particle, temporary physics particles when you smash certain things now as well. Just a bit juicier. Juicy, juicy. You've got the hearts when you heal yourself by eating stuff. Right, so the birthday cake should mean that none of these have bombs in or monsters. They've only got good stuff in. Here we go. Oh. Huh. I broke something in the Relic script there when we tried to implement the coin doubler. I'm going to do this in a really janky way just to get it working for now. Thank you, P2P. I think people talk about scope so much in game dev circles that, and they only ever talk about it in terms of how much work you have to do and not like the end result of the quality of your thing. Like, I have accidentally saved myself from so much work in this game by making a procedural game. And, so kind of getting double value out of procedurality, because instead of generating levels, it's like, no, you make the level, that's the gameplay. Which wasn't my intention, but like, as this project goes on, I'm like, oh yeah. Having the constraint of not having to build any levels and make the player build the levels is actually really cool. I need to make this text in here better. The white text for the name of the relic is terrible. The black text is fine, but the white looks bad. Destroying books gives you treasure. Just like in real life. So we don't know if destroying books works yet, because we haven't come across one. Got some new rooms as well. This is a new room I added yesterday. I added a couple of new room designs just to push the gameplay in different directions. I wanted more rooms that went down in an awkward way and took you away from the start. And I made this one that's just a giant tree. Just one big giant tree, because I thought that would be nice. But I think these kind of outdoorsy rooms that are a bit flat look a bit weird. I think they need... because it's just kind of very easy to just go over here and jump out of the level, although if you do that, that's kind of your own fault. Right, so these ores should give us a lot more than they would normally. I don't really know how I would test that. But if we can get a bomb in another room. That barrel had a carrot in, and then the carrot was sort of hovering in the air. Yeah, I need to do away with the idea of my carrots being initially buried. Okay, we've got some books. We can do some book burning now. Let's see. If I just yeet that up there, will that catch? Is that near enough? It's not near enough. Oh. I got smashed. I should have that as a call to action in my trailer. Get smashed. Here we go. There's also a bomb there, which I think blowing stuff up with a bomb should count as burning it. I don't see any rubies, but they might have been hidden behind the coins. Oh, I forgot one other relic I wanted to do, which was getting coins by smashing furniture. Because you're going to compulsively smash all the furniture anyway. We might as well make a relic that makes that actually worth doing. Oh yeah, very small detail I added. So look at the light around Lem. You can see Lem doesn't have any light source of their own. It's just like there is a... it lights up where you've been and it kind of then fades away to a sort of fog of war if you leave it to go dark. But if I were to pick up this glowberry, if I eat the glowberry, look what happens. I now glow. Just permanently for the rest of the run. It doesn't do anything, it's just funny. Just get your own little light source because of the glowberry. Right. Testing brain. None of these should have bombs in. None of them should have monsters in. I'm pretty sure that one works. The coin doublet. We don't really know if that works until we pick it up properly because the debug doesn't really trigger it properly. It's a glow up, yeah. I don't know what to do to make the punching feel better. Like, I feel like it's not very responsive when you hit enemies. You should be able to get the Chomper and the Sorcerer to glow with the glowberry, yeah. The furniture breaker could be a removal man. Oh, that's clever. Yeah, like removal service. Lem's removal service. Lem's movers. Is that really how much that's worth? I mean, I gave you a... Oh yeah, I guess these are probably worth about 75, so I should be getting about 100 from one of them. I don't know, that seems like too much. You really love those glowberries, don't you? So I've got the China shop. The China shop headband. It's called the Bull's Horns, and they make you you just sort of like smash things as you run through them. And I should make that apply to the furniture as well, because that would be fun. And then that'll be a fun little relic combo if you have the thing that gives you money for blowing up furniture, and then you also combo it with that. Whoa. Yeah, I don't think the book burner is working. Oh, I also put in a partial jump so you can hop or you can jump. It's not perfect, but it is better than what I had before. It feels a bit strange when you do a big jump. It feels like it accelerates less at the start of the jump. But it does at least give you options, so you can do a little hop or you can jump way over stuff. There was something that people kept bringing up as like I won't play a platformer if it doesn't have this type feature. Right, that burned, but it didn't spawn anything, so let me just check what's going on there. Right, it burnt. Yeah, the variable jump is better, especially seeing as the jumping in this, a lot of the jumping in this game isn't like skill-based platforming jumping, it's more just sort of navigational of like, oh, I'm going to go over there, now I'm going to go back over there. It's not about sprinting around jumping like over massive things. I mean, there are parts of it that are like that, but having being able to just do a little tap and hop through a door and stuff is much better. I made it so there's an initial impulse when you press jump, and then every frame you're in the air after that, up to a maximum threshold, it adds a little bit more if you're still held down. That's kind of how it works, I think. Not sure why we're not seeing rubies when we burn a book. But also, maybe better to just put it in the destroy event for the book. And then, yeah, we want to go back to... We'll make the furniture smashing... The furniture smashing relic. Furniture smasher. Smashing. Earn coins by smashing furniture. Furniture smasher. That's going to be cheap because you're only going to get like 1 coin from each or something. Lem's removal service. When I think of clumsy removal men, I just always think of the Laurel and Hardy piano sketch. Can't really turn that into a relic. It's not really going to work. Baseball baseball cap with like a hammer picture on it or something. Yeah, I think trying to draw dungarees is going to be difficult. I could try. Or like the van, but like a toy of the van. I think maybe that would be good. We've done the actual data bit, haven't we? Where is it? Morning from Texas, Soda. Sledgehammer. I don't want too many of them to look like tools. I think it's a bit too literal for what we're doing with the kind of theming here. I'm gonna do it as like a little toy removal van thing. We try the dungarees. Is that actually the same size as that? Yeah, it is. This SpongeBob. Need like a big pocket at the front. And then I also need to make it so that the horns also smash furniture. I won't tell the player that. It will just be something they can discover by messing about. Because I think that's fun. A bright future in fashion design. Yeah, they came out right. That was all right. Quick little doodle. Not an easy thing to render when it's not on a person, but I think it looks like what it's supposed to look like. I'll just put some tools in the pockets or something. That'll do for now. Right, so where is the code that makes... If the player runs into a jar, is it there? The player runs into a jar and they... Yeah, okay. So we just take that and we apply the same thing to collisions with furniture. Where are you? Is it a tool? It's not going to be a tool, is it? Where even is a furniture? I don't know. items. They're just in the thing of the main directory of items. I mean, that makes sense, but... Except it's not. Where is it? Because it's in treasure sprites, it definitely shouldn't be in there. There we go. Yeah, I need to tidy this up again. It's getting... That was the only time it's really burnt me, but that is getting annoying. And it is specifically this interface when you go to copy one, duplicate an event and change what triggers it. So we want the furniture. If we've got the jar smasher, we can just run through furniture and smash it. I would love to go through and give him additional sprites for certain conditions like this as well, but that will be a later on thing if we ever do it. Improved furniture smashing. Relic to give coins from smashing furniture. Jar smasher. Relic now also does furniture. We won't tell the player that in the rules because it's not the primary function of that relic. I like giving some of them hidden secondary functions. I think that's fun. As long as there's nothing that's too obscure. It's like they should have a main function, but giving them a hidden secondary function for people to learn is cool. So now if I just sprint through here. Oh no, that's not... Oh no, yeah, because I didn't add it to the debug, that's why. Can you fungify that? I haven't actually tried that yet, but maybe. This is the joy of making a game that can surprise you. Maybe it can. I don't know. Right, so just put the sound effects on. There we go. Yep, that smashed the furniture. The furniture didn't give me a coin, and as far as I could see, but maybe that's because I picked it up immediately. Oh yeah, it's working. The dungarees are working. The dungarees give you coins. Can't. Ah, there we go. The problem was then the reading the book also destroyed the book, which meant that So we want to turn that flag off to false. Reading the book destroyed the book, which also gave us the coins, which is not the behavior that we wanted. Improved book burning. So any object that you throw at the wizard that he doesn't currently want, he will blow it up, which is fun. Let's see if we can get that to happen. So let's do the... There's probably too many of these fungal pots at the moment, but I guess when you first implement something, you want to test it more. So yeah, it doesn't bring that back with me. I should make it so it brings anything back with you. Really, it would be funnier, but. Chris, you're being far too literal for a game like this. The relics work in a similar way to the ones in Slay the Spire. They are sort of magical and many of them have little jokes in them. They are not intended to be like simulationist, you know, they are kind of rule-breaking little magical things that do silly stuff in the game. They are not meant to be tools in a simulation game, so... There are magical artifacts that do stuff, so if one wants to give you coins for doing a thing, that's just kind of what it does. That's sort of the spirit of the game, so... okay, so... Oh, blow up that wall and get the doublet. So I've got 78 coins, so picking that up should... Well, 83. Yep, that works. That does what it's supposed to. That doubles your coins. Yeah, there isn't an explanation. It's just power-ups that do stuff, and I kind of went through. I think the thing is having a top-level idea of how the logic of your world works. So at the start of this session, I went through in the in note form. So have designing principles for your thing. So here, if I go down here to what we started with. Relics. Relics should generally look like a physical object. The object choice should give a hint about what the relic does, but it also shouldn't be the obvious choice. We're going for quirky, right? So we're, again, Slay the Spire is the reference point here. The game is secretly post-apocalyptic. Spoiler alert. Many of these objects should be everyday modern objects represented as fantasy items. So the names of things have, like, they have kind of fantasy names, like the Ovum of Kronos, but it's just a kitchen egg timer, right? You just have to like work out what the sort of logic and the level of granularity of your game as well, because you can like have a game where, like, I don't know, if you go back to old Harvest Moon games, it's like you get a golden tool and then you just have it forever. You don't have an inventory where you move around all the different tools and stuff. Like, games will have a different level of granularity of like how they handle objects and things like that. I think when you've nailed that level of things, then the ideas will be easier because you'll have a set of rules for yourself of like how you generate those ideas. If that makes sense. I feel like the way that the furniture relic should work is you get one more for each time. So after you've got the relic, if you go around the level and break all of the furniture, then it's going to go like be increasingly more valuable each time you do it. I think that would be more fun. It could also lead to some very annoying behavior, but let's try it. So we just need to give the player a variable for that. So furniture removed. And then that only increases if we've got the... It doesn't start increasing until we've got the relic. And... So we go furniture removed plus equal 1. And then we repeat this. I'm gonna swap the music out because I've had this album on all day and it's looped like 4 times now. Give me 1 second. Dreamy ambient synth. There we go. That'll do. So we repeat by the furniture removed amount. Let's see if that works. So good. Yeah, Chris, I generally don't do game design documents for my own project, but then if I'm just working on my own, but then because I've been working with other people and sort of explaining it here, it's sort of helpful to have that then. Oh. Ah, yeah, of course. I didn't reference the... I just remembered a thing I need to add to my Kanban board as well. Because the player character doesn't actually disappear when they die, they just go invisible, and you can kind of still move them around, which is funny. So finish Bix player death movement bug. And I need to just make it so that the player character doesn't accept any input when they've got 0 life, basically. That will fix that. I mean, we can have a mixture of modern items and fantasy items. I think, again, Adventure Time is your reference point here. We're just so far in the future that we've looped back round to medieval, but the other stuff is still there. I'm going to put some of this in the level design as well. So one of the things I want to do is go back through some of these tile sets, because these pick a random sprite each time, right? And I want to put things like buried stop signs and stuff in. The thing I haven't really worked out yet is just how much I want that to stand out. It'll probably have to be quite dark, so you can only just make it out. But like, maybe some of these grey tiles would be like trash compactor blocks and stuff like that, just so it's... You kind of look at it first glance, you just see, oh, medieval, and then you look a bit closer and you can see, oh, there's actually a bit of a car in there or something like that, you know? Right, we're looking for some furniture to smash. I didn't make too much of it, I didn't want to... That had a few in it. Okay, so the more furniture we smash, the more coins we're getting from each one. Ah! Ah! Eat the carrot. I quite like that that mechanic, because it means that the value of that relic is really low when you first get it, but the longer you survive, the more it goes up. I think that's neat. I think that could work quite well. I've got two boots of tax evasion now. Destroyed safes contain 10 more treasure for every room you... Did I make it 10? Is that actually accurate? I'm not sure that is accurate. I'll check that in a second. The China shop horns and the dungarees together is fun. You just sprint through things and collect gold. Which I think is a good testament to, like, sometimes making things a little bit arduous or time consuming so that you can have a fun automation for them later on. Hang on, I think someone is trying to deliver a parcel. It's Marley and Marley. You might notice my torches look a bit more like torches now as well. That's fun. Right, so the furniture removal thing works. Incremental furniture smashing fun times. Was there anything there I needed to tweak or fix? It's all fallen out of my head now. All fallen out of my head. So I've got about an hour left on this stream, because I usually do 10 to 2. I've got to pick my daughter up at 3 as well. I think because I've been doing a lot of like little bits of programming and jumping around across the project, doing art and then programming and art and programming. I might spend a little bit of time at the end doing exactly what I just described, of like just adding a little bit more flavor into some of these random block sprites, so that we get some of that weird, is it medieval, is it post-apocalyptic thing. Might spend a little bit of time doing that now. I want to get a few more environment interactables in before December as well, so I maybe like a snail, a worm, little kind of creepy crawly, non-threatening things, and I probably need to put like... Oh, actually, let's take a quick look at the trap now, because I was having trouble with that not triggering earlier, and the game is already quite low in terms of the amount of peril there is. So one of the things that was happening a lot was the arrows weren't shooting off properly from these traps. They were getting stuck, or they were like firing out at a weird angle. So rats would be good, yeah. Maybe the arrows are just coming out the wrong... I think there might be something with the collision of the arrows that's causing the problem with those. So they have... Right, they have their That is right in the middle. I need to be able to keep that where it is, because otherwise when I pick them up and carry them around, it's going to look wrong. So, but that's the registration point, so that might be something we need to know here. Yeah, so we actually want this to be... 1.5 of the size of the tile when it comes out. That's why they were getting stuck in the wall, because they weren't actually leaving the side of the arrow trap block. The arrow behavior is very strange. It's been on my to-do list for a while. The dungeon door with a credit card behind it. Oh, that's fun. No, it's just not spawning me any traps. I think the chance of them increases the longer you are into the run. I think that's kind of how I built it. I can't remember. So the first couple of these grey rooms you build might have a lower chance of having a trap in. And we've seen them work from both directions now, so I think I've fixed the key problem there. I do need to improve the hit stun. That's on my list of things to do. Right, let's have a look at the Kanban board. We have merchant sale bonus relic. We have the double ruby value. We have the furniture smash relic. We have the coin doubler. We have the burning book relic. We have the ore yield relic. We have the safe value improvement relic. We have the one that makes presents safer. And arrow trap, I will put that in done for now. It's probably not. And then I've got some broader stuff here, like make one more of these, and it doesn't tell us what the thing is, but I will. That's the kind of thing I will spend time on the evenings doing. I started rearranging the castle to make it look more like a real place. I want to make a lollipop that you can't cook, because the wizard has this list of food he wants, right? And every time you bring him something back, you get some crystals. But you only get them once for each type of food. I'm going to make it so that in the presents you spawn in the carnival, you can get a lollipop there. That is just the only place you can get it from is there. Fungal worm mob. What does that mean? Who knows? Increase gold collection rates. I think we've done some stuff there. Rather than just increase the baseline, I put loads of relics in that make it more fun to do that. I think the torch spawn bug I fixed. I'm going to push those. And there's one other thing on the list that is more of a cosmetic thing, but we're going to do this twinkly thing. And then I'll spend the last half hour or so doodling. So, if I go to coins. How do I want to handle this? Let's go and look over at item parent. When I pick up these, they do a little sparkle. And I want to use that same sparkle VFX, but just have it randomly triggering on... Well, not randomly, probably on a clock. So... We don't need a clock actually, because we've got an age variable that just triggers a certain amount of frames, so we don't need to use an alarm. So we've got these this variable called pickup style that basically determines whether something is something you just pick up by running into it or not. And relics have their own pickup style, which is you have to tap to pick it up, but it doesn't go into your hands, it goes straight into the relic book. So that should just mean every... And I should make this slightly different for each one, so... We'll do sparkle frequency equals 500. If pickup style equals touch, sparkle frequency equals 800. Oh, we need to randomize this actually. Because otherwise they'll all just be going off at the same time if they spawn together. Let's see if that works. So I'm going to use that in the modulo on the step event so that they're not all doing it at the same time. Fungal worm mob. Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't put an equal 0 there. Erp. I know I need to reorder that logic so it's not triggering on things it doesn't need to. If age is greater than 1 and the pickup style is one of these things, because we only want to sparkle those, we don't want to sparkle random objects, and then do this at the end, because that should only trigger on touch and relic objects because they're the ones that have the sparkle frequency set up in the create event. There we go. Okay. I think I'd set these... Oh, they went off then. They were sparkling. I think... Sparkle frequency... Oh yeah, it is an integer random. I'm probably overcomplicating this. What I should do is, like, every few seconds have a wipe go across the screen that slightly highlights things and twinkles them, so it kind of goes left to right in a big sweep. I think that would be much more pleasant, but I do not have the brain power to work out how to do that right now. See, they're having a little twinkle over there. See? Just to let you know. Hey, you haven't picked us up. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? This is a video game. Don't you know you're supposed to pick up coins? That's what video games are about. Running into coins and absorbing them into your feet. I really messed myself up here by going up there and then... Oh no, that was not too far to fall. I haven't programmed any new goat interactions in a while. I think having some funny goat interactions would be good. Goats also don't smash furniture yet, and they probably should. Haha, you fool. So the goats do eat items, but they currently only eat edible things. And then they generate milk. So if you give them a couple of carrots and some stuff like that, they will eat it. Also, if you leave like the more difficult to cook foods next to them, they will eat that as well. So yeah, the goats are already quite munchy. There is a function to it though. If you feed them enough, they make milk, and then you can use the milk to do other stuff. I need to maybe make some of these food items have more purposes, like, I don't know, you take some milk somewhere and you can do something with it other than just cooking. Firehose said, I love that I haven't programmed any goat interactions in a while is a perfectly normal thing to say in this context. Yeah. I used to have a board in the classroom that was just like funniest out of context commits or issues. And I used to just get people to print out things that were just like whatever weird thing was written in their change logs. I think my favorite one was something about they had a frog that was a boss, and they were describing some mode that the boss frog went into as sicko mode, and it was just like the issue on the Jiro or the Trello or whatever was frog needs to go sicko mode. I'll check that. Thank you, Cat Lady Aunt. I'll have a look for that typo. Good spot. I do a lot of the text I've put into this game I've just bashed out very, very quickly without checking it, so... Take a wonder. There it is. Take a wonder. I'll tell you all about that slightly more characterful. Typos and sparkles. Right. We've got some intermittent sparkles on things you can pick up on the treasure and the relics. Let's just go and do some doodling on some of these sprites now. Let's see if we can make a bit of variation on these grey blocks that we don't already have. So I want to do a couple of things that look like they could be from a modern urban setting. I mean, that kind of is that already. But, yeah, maybe just a little bit more of that kind of style of thing, so it feels a bit more ambiguous about what the setting is, because I think that's a big part of the appeal here. Kind of what we're going for. And I was thinking trash compactor blocks would be good. I just don't know how I get them to read as what they are. So let me just trash cube. Internet, show me a trash cube. Look, how do you render that in... How do you render one of those in pixel art? Quite hard. It's almost like you need to be able to see some of the individual objects in it to really know it's a trash cube. And I still don't want to deviate from the colours too much. Let me just try and do some sort of stripedy zigzag and see where we get to. It's Bob Ross time. We're going to Bob Ross it for a little bit. There are no mistakes, only things you've done wrong and should be ashamed of. That's my Bob Ross impression. There's no bad art, only art which isn't good, because you're terrible and you can't do it. Being inspirational. Trying to be inspirational here. There's no bad art unless I'm doing it. And then it's all bad art. How it doesn't really matter if it doesn't end up looking like a trash cube if we get some just additional additional blocks out of it and a bit more variation and they look cool, maybe it doesn't really matter if it looks like the thing I started wanting it to look like or not. I do think some of these are very flat compared to how other parts of the game look now, so I think going through and texturing them up a little bit is probably long overdue. Let's just give some of these a little bit more. Doesn't have to be all over, just a bit more variation. Because they kind of flip and get rotated and stuff anyway, so there's a lot of rotation that variation that comes from that, but if you compare these to the fungus blocks that I drew a lot more recently, they're just... We don't want them to be as detailed as the fungus, because the fungus is supposed to be organic and wiggly and unnerving, but also don't want these to be super flat, because that's not really the style of the game anymore. It was when I started. Everything's had lots of iterations since then. These haven't had any love for a long while. Trash bins. It's quite hard trying to work in the confines of it being a square and then making it look like things. It's like it almost needs to have just stuff stuck in it, like a bit of archaeological crud, I guess. Don't know. Maybe we could do... Could we do like a... do something that uses the sort of two rectangle shape of the that kind of thing. Are they barrels, maybe? This is the Bob Ross way, isn't it? Let's just start drawing stuff and then work out what it is. I was being ironic with the Bob Ross comments, but now Bob Ross is taking over my body and mind, and I can't escape. I'm being Rossified, which is like halfway between being ossified and being yassified. Happy little barrels. Yeah, exactly. Just some sort of industrial crud. Might need to be a bit more grey because we're going to end up with them looking too significant, and that's kind of a danger with this. It's like we only want things to look kind of unique and different if they actually are mechanically important to pay attention to. So there's some sort of there's some affordance theory type stuff going on in the way I think about this as I do it, which is like, what does this looking this way tell the player about what to expect about its behavior? So maybe trying to keep things closer to grey is going to be better for what we're trying to do. Maybe like a little mustardy colour suggestion of a hazard sign on it, but very small and when I was a kid, I had all of the BBC radio play of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy on an audiobook. Probably the best adaptation that there's been. And one of the bits that I always really liked was, it's quite early on, but they go to a planet. Oh no, can't remember when it is. They go to a planet that is, there used to be a planet where they made shoes. That was like all the planet did. And there's like layers of sedimentary rock that are millions of years of built up shoes. And that sort of, that particular detail, for some reason, when I was a small kid, that brainwormed me so hard, and I would go out and look around at things that were getting worked into the ground, like chewing gum and stuff, and I would be like, oh, is that gonna be a new type of mineral at some point in the future? Will there be some sort of like man-made crystals in the ground that come from stuff that we've left behind? I don't know if you know about do you know about Fordite? This stuff is so pretty. It's runoffs from paint in car factories. That's why it's called Fordite. It's like literally I think it's very strongly associated with Detroit specifically, because that's where it was first sort of discovered as a thing you could make other things out of. But yeah, you get all of this industrial runoff of paint going into the guttering in car factories, and it becomes this sort of semi-precious stone if you break it up and tumble it. Really cool. And because of the set of colors, you get this kind of weird, it almost looks like you know, like Mondrian, like de Stijl, because of the kind of predominance of the primary colors, the yellow, blue, and red, and the black and the white. It ends up looking kind of like this kind of vibe, but in a swirly whirly. I like thinking about human sort of, I guess, stuff that humans do or leave behind, and what happens when it kind of returns to nature, or, you know, when we're gone and there's just this weird stuff left behind. It's kind of I don't know. Obviously we suck and we mess everything up, but just the idea that some of the things that we do or make end up being like weirdly not something you can easily separate from the natural environment is interesting to me. Right, give all of these a little bit more scrunch. We don't want them too textured, because then they will stop looking. Some of this is supposed to look like kind of flat concrete, I guess, but just a little bit more. And giving them all a little bit of a scrunch up, because I haven't had it for a while and it's not really in line with the rest of the game. Leave it to the Wombles, yeah. We need a Womble survival crafting game, that's what we need. Slightly more scrungy dungeon tiles now. There's our barrels. I mean, that they don't look great, but it does kind of have the effect I want, which is you can't fully see what it is, but you can, your kind of brain fills in the gaps a little bit, because you look at it and you see those yellow and black bits and it reads like a squish label of something. think when I added my new furniture sounds, I found some smashing wood sounds. I didn't add them to the new audio group. Mattress Planet, amazing. How you doing, Fabian? Hope you're doing good. Thank you for your kind comment on the video. I'm going to be I'm trying to go back to stuff a bit more often on the channel and like revisit old stuff and like make better versions of it and go back to previous games we've looked at and stuff, because I think there is a lot of benefit to doing that. It's not what I naturally do because my brain is very much onto the next thing. But I think when you're making anything even vaguely educational, you do need to keep going back and going over stuff. It's riding the spiral again. Yeah, we definitely can't do bespoke animations for any of these because it's just not how the system works. There's a block and it picks a random sprite, and there are some exceptions where it will do a particular thing depending on which frame it lands on, but I try not to do too many of those. Maybe some just noodly piping, like a block of plumber's pipes. So we have something that is as detailed as some of the fungus blocks in the red rooms, but the detail is a different type of detail. It's kind of more geometric. Maybe that would be good for getting that mix of is it medieval, is it not type thing. A little bit of scribble just to crud it up a bit. So the more something is in the background, the more I want to smush it up so that it blurs. Because we save clarity for the objects where it's like gameplay important. And then this, we want it to be more suggestive and not as clear. There you go. Maybe some kind of sort of metal plate on this one. Morning, Randy. Castle, and then you go over here and you get Quake stuff. I do wonder if I've made some of them a little bit too blurry, but I can always add some more black in later. Having the odd black detail does maybe help, I don't know. Look a bit more sort of... some of those are maybe a bit too dark, but sort of interesting when it darkens and you walk away. Right, I'm going to turn that debug thing off for a little bit. So we don't have that object there anymore. Always love getting the fireball as the first pickup. That's good. Save that bomb. Because we want a vault. There's a vault. Oh, safe. Managed to get stuck in the wall there a little bit. I think there's still some occasional jank about getting pushed into walls and stuff. I would like to eliminate eventually, but I don't have a good enough idea of how this character controller really works to be able to get into the fine grain of that. Which is always the peril when someone else builds something for you. But to be honest, if I finish this game, I will probably never make a a game like it again, or I will just reuse the engine to make something similar that doesn't require me to ever touch the character controller again, because the moment-to-moment physics programming for a game like this actually really just hurts my brain. There was a very good talk. I don't know if people follow Thinky Games. As you can probably tell, it's you know, dedicated to puzzle games and stuff like that. There was a very good talk by is it Adam Saltzman, who made Cannibalt? Went up yesterday. If you look up ThinkyCon. And it was about going with the grain. And there was a part of it that was about going with the grain of your tools, like doing what your engine or whatever is better at, and going with the grain of your brain, like what do you find more interesting to pursue and to do, and then going with the grain of the game, which is like after you've made the first iteration, what is the game kind of telling you about what it wants to be, which sounds a bit hippy-dippy, but is totally the whole point of building a prototype. You build the prototype and then you feel it and you go, oh, actually this could go in this direction, or, you know. And I thought that was a very interesting talk. And, yeah, you should go and watch it. I think it's a very... Ah! Haha. So I do feel like some of these relics, like the flying one and stuff, should be gradually introduced later on in the game, so you have more stuff to unlock, and it's kind of exciting when you get it. But at the moment, it's just all early game. There's no distinction. So the fireball and the fairy wings are probably the most useful things you can get. Although a lot of it's contextual and depends on how the level has turned out as you've been building it. Can I get out of here? Can I actually complete this run? Am I stuck? I was trying to get a bomb to blow these vaults up, but I can't now. But I can at least get out. Oh, hang on. If I go up there... There we go. There is a bomb. This room is looking very icky. I don't know if you can see that, like, heat haze effect. So it gets more powerful the more red rooms you build, and then if you walk away from any of the fungus, it stops. And if you go close again, it starts. It's very creepy Metroid kind of bio-psychedelia stuff. Fun times. I don't want a carrot. Right, so I need to remember on this run that I've got this stake here. I'll take that back for the boss man. But before we do that, I'm going to use up the rest of my keys exploring this way. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah, knocked that bomb in the wrong direction to open that safe. The safes add quite a bit in terms of just like stuff to look out for and to plan around. I quite like them. I don't think I can get out. I think I've screwed it. Yeah, Fabian, you totally need to have unproductive days sometimes. For multiple reasons, really. Like, some of it is that problems work themselves out when you're away from them, because brains have a weird way of doing that, and sometimes you just need to do something else. Right. I had quite a good run, but I'm literally that far away from the exit, and I can't get back round. Alas. How are we doing for time? Right, I'm going to wrap up in the next sort of 10-20 minutes or so. Yeah, the breaking to death is a little bit sad. But we needed some kind of death. It was kind of nothing before. I hate that wine cellar room. I might swap it out. It's very annoying. Like, a wine cellar can be a room, but maybe just not a room on its own, because the way it's structured, it always leads to bad vibes. Because you can't get up to the top floor. It's the fact that you basically make the same sound effects as the jars, but with like a bit higher pitched when you smash. Ah. I got battered. So one thing I need to add soon as well is the detector for the... So for those of you who saw this last week, there's a moon that you have to try and build out to. And if you do, then you unlock the ability to build these additional blue rooms, and you can add them to the deck at the start of each run. And they're supposed to be like a little bit of a puzzle chain to get there. So you would initially need to like find this kind of detector that points you in the direction of where that is, and you wouldn't know what it was pointing to at first. You would just be like, oh, it's pointing to something over there, and then you would go and follow it. So I haven't implemented that yet, but probably need to do that soon as well. Just be like a little radar thing, and you pick it up and it's going boop, boop, sending out things in a particular direction. I like puzzles where you see the solution before you know what it is. That's an interesting puzzle format to me. I always find that interesting. You sort of have the key, and you're like, what is this for? Got some bombs now. We got some gold stuck up here. Blow that up. Oh, that went through the thing anyway. I didn't need to blow that up. Go get that birthday cake. Eat a carrot while jumping in the air, as you do. Hello, goats. Made some milk. I can make that milk bottle better as well. It's not a very good piece of art for the milk bottle. Kaboom the safe. They're a little bit less overpowered now, because before they were just always increasing in value whatever you did, but now that only happens if you have that special relic, so a little bit more of a kind of rare occasion that the safes become like super good. It's a video game. It's definitely a video game. It might not be an excellent video game yet, but it's definitely a video game. Why did the milk not come back with me? What's going on? Maybe the place where it's supposed to spawn is getting blocked by the way I've moved the level around. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's because it spawns above the portal and I moved the portal. Here you go, boss man. Have some milkies. After eons in this realm, I am miserable beyond words. I am old beyond imagining. But most of all, I am hangry. Well, I brought you some milk. It's ticked off now. It's ticked off on the board of things you like. stupid carnival, giving me all bombs. Right, I've now got the I've got the relic there that gives you coins for beating up monsters. Although I think all the monsters in this room are gone now. Definitely need some new types of monsters. I think I want to make like a little mushroom head dude that just runs around and is initially maybe not even violent towards you until you attack them, like a little Myconid kind of guy, but then if anything like goes kind of sicko and starts running around attacking everything if you anger them. I think that would be fun. What's in here? Ah. Something that shoots would be good, yeah. Rubies are worth 10 coins now, 20 coins now instead of 10. I'd have to get a ruby. Are you going to give me a ruby anywhere? Right, let's go and find some monsters. There's going to be a monster in here for me to kill. There we go. Right, so there's 2, that dropped 2. That should be worth 40 in total. Yeah, okay, that works. Good. It's first time we've had a chance to check if that worked yet. Ah! That balloon was too extreme. I think something that shoots things that destroy parts of the level would be fun to play around with as well. Like, oh, maybe even landmines would be a thing like that. Just like unintentional level destruction stuff. Proximity mines. Right, the boots of tax evasion. Destroyed safes contain 10 more treasure for every room you've built this run. Right, let's see if we can actually get these to do their thing. Would need a safe first, so looking for a green room. I don't want to open any of these because there's a birthday cake up there, and if I can get the birthday cake, then these won't have bad stuff in. Oh yeah, something that throws fire around would be good for chaos. You guys are thinking along the right lines as well, because we have a system now, and we have things that already interact, and instead of making totally new things, we can always just create things that trigger other interactions. The benefit of having this kind of very system-driven game. Okay, we've got a key there. We've got a skeleton key there. The skeleton key I will carry all the way back. Although I don't think I can actually reach that one that we saw back here. Oh no, yeah I can. So Pop that in there. The Wraith is coming for me. But now I can open these and I know that they won't have bombs in because I picked up the birthday cake. Yeah, we got 5 keys out of one of the boxes. That felt like a very kind of Binding of Isaac type moment. That was good. That's what we want. So far, so roguelite. So action roguelite, I guess. That's kind of the thing you want to happen. Right, now we want to start blowing up safes because we've got the boots of tax evasion. And I love that... I love that we ended up with that as the theming for them because that is very funny. And it makes sense. When you use the boots of tax evasion, the money in your safe goes up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I also want to make the, if you inadvertently hurt the merchants, I want them to fly out and start flipping around. Killing you. Killing everything. Because that's funny. Why wouldn't I want that to happen? Really want to try and crack a safe on this run. So we can use the boots. I don't think it's going to happen though. Oh. Yeah, getting through the fungus with fire when you are in the fungus is not the most doable thing. Don't think I can make it out this time. Maybe I can. I don't know. Oh, not that way. I bet one of those boxes will have a bomb in it. Here we go. Why are there no safes near my start point? Of course there aren't. Right, if I run through that with the bomb, it's going to set it on fire, and I don't want it to set on fire yet. Darn it. done it? Have I? Yes, I've broken my way out of the level. I'm a fool. I'm a fool! A foolish fool. Oh. I actually really like that we have bombs that you have to find in the environment and you don't just like have a set of them in your inventory. I think it's leading to some quite interesting problems in the game. It is very difficult. It does make the game very difficult that you don't just have them to sort of pull out whenever you want. But yeah, I mean, definitely creates some interesting setups. So okay, there's a thing there I want to break into. Okay, I'll go up here, try and get a bomb. Okay, I've got a bomb there. Crates have a pretty good chance to have bombs in most of the time. They usually have more than one thing in. They have like a bomb and a key or two bombs or whatever. And I blew most of my treasure into space, which is nice. So the landfill is... this landfill room has just got a lot of trash in the middle of it. And you... that was where we were experimenting with the acid blocks, which I might still put in. Just like a hazardous waste block, you blow it up, it becomes a liquid that moves around, eating up the ground. I think I was very hesitant when I started on this project to do too much destruction stuff, but I really do think the appeal of it is like it's building sandcastles and kicking them down. I think that is a really good core sort of idea of what the core experience is. You know, you run around, you build the little level, you go, oh, I've made this big Metroid level, and then you sort of strategically smash it up, and sometimes you accidentally smash it up, and the game is really in the line between whether the smashing up is happening deliberately or because of you know, lack of skill or unluckiness in some cases. So I think having more ways of accidentally or deliberately smashing things up, or more reasons to smash things up, or more reasons to not want to smash things up, it's all good. You know, we could have something that's equivalent to the TNT blocks, but it's full of gas, and when you smash it open, it creates a big like load of bad gas in the area. That would be another example of something where you're just kind of creating reasons to be careful in what you're doing. And that was kind of one of the reasons I always liked Spelunky, I think. It wasn't like a... was hard, but it wasn't like speedrun hard. It was much more about situational awareness and trying to be careful. And I think that's why I like Spelunky so much. I'm always interested when people talk about game genres and what they like to play and what they like to make, because I'm not particularly attached to platformers. I have ones that I like that really stick out to me. Fart traps, yeah, we should have fart traps of some description. Yeah, stuff that like pushes you around would be good. I like that idea. Sort of like directional movement, forced directional movement by hazards. With like a thing that sort of draws a beam in a particular direction, and then everything that is a kind of physics object in that beam is getting pushed all the time. The pull my finger trap. I'm very frequently getting stuck in silly corners where I can't do anything, but a lot of that is coming out from me not paying that much attention, so I'm kind of okay with that. I'm okay with this game being a game for people who are better at it than me. Which I suspect is what will end up happening. I mean, it always ends up happening. Ooh, 9:37. It's a good time. That's a better vibe for the castle. I wanted to change the color of the lights because it was making Lem less visible on the screen to have. So I deliberately chose that bright teal color for Lem and for the keys because they're basically the most important thing on the screen at any given time. Like, keys in this game are more important than your life. It's particularly when you've upgraded your health a bit, it's not that hard to avoid taking damage, but it is quite hard to avoid running out of keys and getting stuck. So I made Lem and the keys that bright turquoise because it's like that and yellow are kind of the brightest colors when they're in their purest form. And it's also kind of gives it that weird ZX Spectrum vibe because it's kind of the one of the brighter, lighter colors they always used in those games as well. The royalty card. Receive 15%. Oh, one thing I wanted to check was that the safes were actually adding 10 for each time. Yeah. Safe value plus 10 times global rooms built. It should be what it is. That's what we put in the thing. I could maybe make that easier, but yeah, I mean 10 rooms isn't super hard considering you can get 5 keys at a time, so that's like 50 gold per safe if you get the 5 keys from the carnival, or if you're super deep into the game and you've upgraded so you've got a lot of keys. And then the last thing I want to do before I finish up today is just tweak the costs of the upgrades. Right, so I want life upgrade cost. Crystal cost increased life, so buying a new life is going to cost you 5 initially, and then it's going to go up 10 after that. And then the keys, we're going to go up in 4s, I think. So 4, 8, 12, 16. Because it is... You can get crystals. Crystals you get for every 100 coins you get back to base with, you get a crystal, and you also get crystals for bringing the wizard food. You can end up with like 50 crystals in one go very easily. Not very easily, but once you know how to play the game. So I think it's okay to have quite a steep ramp on some of the costs of these things. And then later on in the game, once you've got the blue rooms unlocked, which you kind of can add at the beginning of a run, then they become their own sink for crystals. So, okay, I'll just make sure I've committed that. Tweaks to economy and visuals. Right, I'm going to wrap it up there, folks. I might schedule a stream for tomorrow morning to check out one of the games from the backlog. As I said at the start of the stream, I'm not streaming on Thursday this week when I normally would, because it's my birthday on Thursday and I want to take the day off. So thank you to everyone who's joined today, and thanks for all of your ideas as well. I will probably need to go through and re-alphabetize my list here. But we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got 8 new relics added to the game today. That's really impressive. Like functionality, graphics, themes. Quite happy with all the theme of them. Yeah, that's a big achievement. So this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this has 8 more on it. We've kind of added another row and a half to this little library of relics in the game. So fire ho, there was no yabbering. I do this for you guys yabbering. So thanks for joining, and see you all soon.